Oh boy, I think it's time for a stream. What do you say, Chooms? Shall we stream? Is it stream time? I think it's stream time. Hi! Hello! Hello, Standing! Hello, Mage! Hello, Lurkers and VOD Watchers! I hope you are all having a very good week. I'm wiped the fuck out. It has been a day. It has been a day. I basically was in a sprint at work for like 6 hours. And I got to the end of the day and I almost just face planted into my computer. I was just so done with all of it. So yeah, we're not gonna be doing any game dev stuff tonight. I just was like, I need a break. I need to chill. I'm just gonna hang out with the Chooms and we're gonna work on some art stuff, and it's gonna be a laid back time. I hope that's okay with you guys. But yes, we are finally to spring. Not that you could tell, but it should start to get nice. Yeah. Been getting outside a little bit, which is nice. Dev stuff needs a lot of brain energy. It does, and you know there is like just sort of rote operation stuff that we could work on. We gotta do the animation trimming and everything, but I don't have it. But yes, is I don't know. I was just like, do I want to make dinner tonight? Do I have the energy to make dinner? Do I have the energy to go out and get dinner? What if I just don't eat? I did eat. I did make a simple little dinner. It was okay, but it was like I was trying to remember. I don't think I wrote down anything for today. We kept having more issues with your eyes, so it's been my day. Constant. Ah, shit. I hope the eye feels better soon. Okay, yeah, this is old Post-it. Why is it still here? Go away. I did start uploading emotes to 7TV. So we got a good chunk of the library up there now. I realized, so we've got a bunch of extra emotes that are on 7TV, right? Sort of to fill out what the Twitch library doesn't have room for. But so Eden does this, and I think it's a good idea, and I really agree with it. It could be a sinus thing. Could be putting pressure on it. But I am not a medical colonel, so please do not take my advice as medical advice. But yeah, so Eden has pretty much all of her emotes uploaded to 7TV. So, you know, even if you're not subscribed to her, while you're on the channel, you can just use everything. And I think that's a good idea. I think that's, you know, a fun way to sort of let everybody participate while you're on the channel. You know, you're not getting punished for not being a subscriber or anything and not getting to use the emotes that everyone else is. It's just a matter of, you know, when you leave the channel, when you go elsewhere on Twitch, you don't have access, obviously. So I think that's a good idea. And I think it more just sort of didn't occur to me to have that set up. So I'm working through it. Unfortunately, you know, 7TV does require moderator approval. And apparently you can only have so many emotes waiting for approval at a given time. So I could not get them all up at once. And also, it's been that kind of day. I only had a little bit of time while I was eating dinner that I was like, oh shit, right. So I haven't had a chance with all of them. Some of them are too big, so I gotta go resize them. It's just like, all right, all right. Another weekend project, another thing for this weekend, but we'll get through it. Though speaking of, where we're gonna have, just a reminder, we're gonna have that extra stream tomorrow. This is gonna be at 5:30 Pacific, 8:30 Eastern. Yes, and then it's gonna be like 12:30 Greenwich Mean. Unfortunately, because of the nature of it, I'm not planning to save a VOD of it. So I'm sorry if you can't make it, but next time. I think this one will be very sort of like, it's going to be a new thing, so it's going to be kind of scuff, and we're going to be figuring out a lot of stuff, so, you know, don't worry about missing the first one. It's probably going to be a bit of a dumpster fire anyway. The next one will be better. Promise. Oh, So anything else? Obviously, the big sort of gaming news that I'm keeping my eye on is Assassin's Creed coming out today. You know, I think it's too early to say. Critical reviews seem to be seems fine. It's not great, not terrible. How accurate is that? I don't really know. I feel like, so what I essentially see happening is, I feel like Ubisoft needs this to be their Hail Mary. They need it to be their Final Fantasy 1. And oh, with the ban? Yeah. Yeah. I don't feel like anything in the way that they have made the game is gonna be a Hail Mary, right? I don't think it's that like dramatic of an attempt or that dramatic of a departure that it's really gonna like blow anybody's socks off. And I was thinking about this last night. I feel like my team at work is probably around the same number of people that made the original Final Fantasy, right? The scope of game development, especially AAA game development, now is so much bigger than it used to be that they cost too much, right? You can't have a singular game prop up and save an entire studio anymore because there's just too much money involved. So, you know, if Assassin's Creed manages to do really well, maybe it'll keep Ubisoft afloat for a little while, but I don't feel like it's going to change the trajectory of the way things are going, which, for anyone that has not been paying attention, is not great. It's not in a great place right now. I don't know. I don't really want to root against game developers in most situations. I think more than anything, I'm just pessimistic. But we'll see what people say about it. We'll see if there's secretly a contingent of gamers that are very excited and buy it up in droves. Apparently one of my coworkers is quite excited. Lightly, but an accurate visual metaphor. Yes. So, for tonight, I feel like we've got you know, we've got the opening screen and that's going pretty well, but we kind of let this animatic sit on the side for a little bit. I want to come back. I want to revisit it and maybe do a couple more frames, clean some stuff up, make things look a little bit nicer. We got our little storyboard over here, right? Which I think will help us keep a plan of what we're doing, keep it a lot simpler than sort of what I originally had in mind. Which I think will work well because that'll also give me a little bit more runway to really sort of clean things up and make things look a little bit better. You know, it's not necessary for an animatic. A lot of animatics are very rough in their sketch work, but you know, depending on how long it takes and how we're feeling about it, you know, doing something that is shorter gives us more sort of opportunity to level up the craftsmanship, whatever, of every thing that we do in it. So where are we at this point? We've got the opening screen. The opening screen is kind of a hot mess. We've got that, and then I grab the halo, and then the thing, and then the thing, and then that, which in the storyboard I flipped around. Yeah, let's flip it. And then we've got that, and then we've got that, and then that's a leftover one from the original plan. Okay. I mean, that's in a pretty good spot, I feel like. So, yeah, this is probably an okay place to start. Just kind of building up the scene and making it look a little bit better. Plus we have that as a point of reference. So I think like by this scale, we should probably have a little bit more construction, a little bit more visibility on what's going on, right? Also, I think what we will want to do... Did I put anything in here? No, we just got that. We got the blanket. We got the gemstone. Okay. Okay. And then we've got 01, which I think I only have the one version of. Yeah. Okay. Actually, yeah, let's just start here, because I don't really like where this is sitting in terms of like cleanliness or anything. So let's just turn all of this off. And then we'll just clean up the sketch. Yeah, I'm sorry if tonight I am just kind of zonked out. I always worry about being like just too absent mentally from the stream, or just kind of like I just stop talking and just start working on stuff. But it has, I was like getting ready for the stream tonight and was honestly just kind of sitting there for like a couple minutes at a time going, what the fuck was today? What happened? Where am I? Which I will say this. I will say this. I think anybody that tries to defend or advocate for crunch culture, I will not say my original thought because that might be a little TOS, but they should not be in a position of authority. They should not have the ability to make those kinds of decisions for the sake of other people. because I basically crunched for like 6 hours today, and it felt awful. It felt honestly really terrible. And the idea of, yeah, we want you to do like double workload for this week. We want you to come in on the weekends, on your days off, and we want you to do more than we normally ask you to do, and we want you to do it for an indeterminate amount of time. Go fuck yourself. It is, and I do feel bad because a couple of our coworkers are on the East Coast, and so, you know, we operating on West Coast schedule, you know, their end of day is like 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and you know, our client is West Coast, so we're sort of operating on their schedule, and so our East Coast coworkers, you know, their work day is a little late shifted, which, you know, we try not to, we don't do crunch, we don't really do overtime, you know, we just try and sort of keep everything very like to the work hours, and work, you know, on being efficient more than, you know, put in the hours until it's done, right? Plus, as my lead likes to put it, we make video games, right? Nobody's life is going to be in jeopardy if we don't get our jobs done by a specific deadline. If we go a little bit over, then okay. But I do feel bad that, you know, we'll ask a coworker, or, you know, not even ask, but just like, we need this done, and so they end up staying till like 6:30 their time or something. I do feel bad when that happens, but we do not stay, you know, late. We do not burn extra hours or ask people to do overtime, and we definitely do not do crunch culture, which is nice. I definitely did a couple overtime nights at my internship a few years back, and that sucked. That sucked, especially since I took the bus to work, and so, you know, evening bus schedules suck. And they're super unreliable. And there's honestly, like, sure, there's something kind of melancholy and romantic about bus rides at night, but not when you've been working all day and you just want to get home and have dinner. So, I don't know. I feel like in the grand scope, not just of like what's going on in general, but even just like what the state of the industry is, my job is fairly cushy. I don't feel like I can complain that much, but yeah, then you just get days like today where everything just kind of gets flipped on its head, and you just feel like a bomb went off, and you're like, okay. Oh well. Fingers crossed. That was the worst of it. Just adding a little bit of that. Okay, I'm probably just gonna switch over to lo-fi pretty soon. Just thought I'd go through a few of the faves. That I get to say. How are you guys doing? Mage, I'm sorry about the eye. I hope that feels better. I was at Ali. Aliyah Caster was playing Me-Side last night, so I was sitting in there watching, being like, oh, so this is what it was like on the other side of the screen. Yowza. I do feel like the ending of the game is perhaps a teeny bit abrupt. Maybe a little bit abrupt, not terribly so. I think the bigger issue that I have is that the protagonist is a fucking idiot. I'm just like, Mita, what do you see in this guy? Mita's like, I like you, and I'm like, why? I don't know, maybe she's attracted to stupid, pliable men. Actually, were there... I feel like some of the little chibi avatars that were running around. That one minigame where you had to sort of wrangle them all into the catcher, into the box. I feel like some of those were women. Maybe Mita is open to whatever. As long as she gets to control and destroy. Which, oh, equal opportunity psychopath, kind of based, I can respect it. Okay, that's a bit better. I'm sure. So I do think Clip actually has a fairly good number of tools for like helping to set up environments and whatnot. Block out backgrounds, and it's really just kind of my stubbornness and old brainage that I'm not using any of them. And just that I haven't experimented with them at all. Probably could, probably should, but actually this might be a good time to it might be a good little opportunity to do that, right? Let me see if I can find anything really quickly. I wasn't exactly planning to go all big brain tonight, but here we are. Environment brushes, landscape brushes, brush pack 11. Interesting. Primitives for backgrounds. 6 tips for dealing with artist block. Okay. Mindless art stand out. Okay, let me just put this on. I'm gonna sort of scrub through it and see what it does, what it looks like. Yeah, so they just kind of like lay out a bunch of cubes and stuff and then arrange it the way that they want. I feel like part of what Clip Studio was advertising, particularly with the new version, was like, look at these things that you can do to help like do stuff faster and more effectively. Let me see if I can find something on their website that might give me an idea. Smart fill tools, ideal pin pressure, perfect line. Yeah, so you got perspective rulers, which are definitely helpful, and they added. Hello, Night. Happy Thursday. Simple and flexible masking selections. Use 3D models for compositing. Create complex scenes with multiple 3D figures and objects. Change the camera angle to get different angle references. Control light source. Okay. Interesting. That's kind of cool. So they do this like isometric view. They have like a sketch of the floor plan that they want to do, and then they drop a bunch of primitives in to block it out. That's kind of a cool idea. I think it might be, for the sake of this project, a little late, perhaps. Just because I think what we would be doing if I were to do something like that, I've been standing in front of the drawing this entire time, and you guys can barely see what I'm doing, and I'm sorry. We get the fuck out of the way. What am I doing? Come on, brain. Come on, keep with me. There we go. Okay. Where is my materials window? Materials 3D. There we go. Pull this up over here. Why are you so tiny? There you are. Okay, so we move that. So yeah, we could like bring in a 3D object and sort of like position it, scale it down, move it, right? Sort of do stuff to get it lined up the way that we want. So we could sort of do an approach like that. I feel like it's a little bit late for that idea. I feel like it doesn't quite help us at this stage of the project, but I think definitely for later drawings could be useful. Could be useful. Plus, I've been thinking about doing a proper background for the landing page, like a lot of people have. I think the main reason that I haven't put more into doing that is just because we don't use the landing page that much. A lot of times we just kind of go straight into whatever it is we're doing, so it's like, whatever. But on the other hand, we have been chatting up top a little bit more than we were before, so maybe it's worth it. Maybe it's time to sort of revisit the idea and see if there's something that we want to do. Maybe. Also, just a quick heads up. Hopefully nothing happens tonight. But I have had something causing a graphics driver crash. So it's happened 2 times, I think, so far. And I did a full graphics driver reinstall this morning. Like, I did a full DDU uninstall and reinstalled it, and hopefully that catches whatever was bugging out. But you know, it's hard to say for sure. So if the stream does crap itself, it was probably that, and I'll be back as soon as I can. Assuming I don't just have a breakdown at that point. You can go your own way. If I could. Can I draw a straight line? The answer might surprise you. It's no. You can go your own way. You can call it another lonely day. There we go. There we go. Okay, good enough. Good enough. Just clean this up a bit. Da, 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 da. Okay, cool. And then what? What was this? Yes? Can I help you? Evidently not. Okay. And then yeah, just straighten that out a little bit. And I think we're okay. Good. Good, good, good. Yeah, I don't know what I was trying to draw over there that I got rid of. You know what? Fuck it. I don't even want that part. I don't even want that part, and it's gone. Goodbye. Alright, I think we'll just... Oh, one more. One more. tired. I feel that. I feel that in me bones. I don't have bones. I feel it in my mind bones. Wait, where did these bones come from? Questions for later. Well, I hope you get some good rest tonight. Wordplay. The weekend is almost here, which is prime resting time. Okay, that's a bit better. Almost got a drawing done that I've been working on off stream that I can share with you guys. And then I think from there it'll be time to fully start cracking in on the summer outfits. I started sketching them out and then I had this drawing idea. I was like, I want to work on this right now. But see, that's okay because we got a good head start on the summer stuff. So, you know, if I get a little bit delayed, it's okay. It's not going anywhere. I say that and that's gonna be the end of May and I'm like, oh shit, oh fuck, oh she's. Because that's how time seems to operate these days. Go. I did finally get a chance to play Helldivers with my friends again last night. Folks have been busy and sick. And busy and sick, and we just haven't had a chance to really get together and play again. So we finally all jumped on, and yeah, game is still good. Game is still a lot of fun. It is still a very good game. I haven't had a chance to go in and buy the new War Bond that dropped today. I'm probably just gonna have to get some super credits to unlock it because I never even unlocked the previous War Bond. So I'll probably just throw a little bit of money at Arrowhead and get the new one. And then I can use the super credits from that to buy the previous one. And then I'll have all the toys. Endless mayhem and destruction. Just as Lady Liberty intended. I don't know if they actually say Lady Liberty anywhere in the game. I know they say Sweet Liberty. Okay, that looks good. We got the gradient, we got the block out. Yeah, I have no idea what that was supposed to be. But it's okay, it's dead now. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of colitas rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. There she stood in the doorway. I heard the mission bell, and I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. And she lit up a candle, and she showed me the way. There were voices down the corridor. I thought I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely face. Living in a room at the Hotel California. In a time of year, you can find it here. I was going back through some of the old concepting for my model, and I realized the halo got a lot more rounded out than I had originally designed it. It was supposed to be very triangular, and then I just kind of kept making it more and more circular. I'm like, I'm okay with that. The triangular concept was definitely very interesting. I see how I got to it. I almost want to go back to it, but I think at this point it's like, no, it's round, and that's okay. And still those voices are calling from far away. Wake you up in the middle of the night just to hear them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely face. Living it up at the Hotel California. Okay, I'm gonna scale this down just a little bit because there's a tangent going on with the ledge, and I don't like that. Of course, now I'm just redrawing it, but you know, I'm working on it. There we go. We are all just prisoners here of our own device. In their master's chambers, they gathered for the feast. Stabbed it with their stealing knives, but they just can't kill the beast. Last thing I remember, I was running for the door. I had to find a passage back to the place I was before. Relax, said the nightman, we are programmed to receive. You check out any time you like, but you can never leave. There we go. What a good song. What a good song. There we go. Okay. And just got that cleaned up a little bit more. Yeah, it feels a lot better than where we started. I feel like this is a good sort of general quality bar to aim for. I feel like we can make that work. Yeah, we got the gemstone. Okay, and then what I wanted to do for the gemstone shots, so we're gonna have a couple of different like points where the sun ray gets up, and then what I want to do is we're gonna have this sort of snake its way out. Snick. Snick, 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 snick. I'm gonna be honest, I don't fully understand how snakes move. Like, you can show me the mechanism and I go, yeah, okay, that makes sense. But then I look at one actually, like, slithering across the ground. I'm like, I don't get it. That's some witchcraft right there. And then you get the really big snakes, like in science fiction, fantasy, and whatnot. And they don't even do the, like, undulation thing. They just kind of move. And I'm like, I don't think that works. I don't think that's how it works, guys. I'm sorry. I looked up this morning and the sun was gone, and on some music to start my day. Lost myself in a familiar song. I wonder if anyone has made this song for Beat Saber. I feel like, did I have this song at one point? I can't remember if I had the song for Beat Saber or Guitar Hero. I mean, I know it was in Guitar Hero / Rock Band. I don't remember which one. I don't know if anyone made it for Beat Saber. I should look. I love the song. I hear that old song play, it's more than a feeling. See my Mary walking away. Actually, you know what would be even smarter? Would be to just do this layer, and then we can add a border to it. Hey Sonic, welcome in. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Hope you're ready for the weekend. I sure am. Okay, so if I bring this up, so that's right there, so that, yeah, we can kind of go like that. There we go, yeah. I brought Joe. Well, hello, Joe. Joe Mama. Boo. Boo the disrespect. You come into my stream and you show me this disrespect. It's inexcusable. What's going on with my eye? It's been a day. It has been that kind of day, and I'm just blank. There we go. Okay, cool. There you go. So it goes like that. Actually, I think we will have it overlap the blanket. Go like that. It's more than a feeling. I think you're dreaming. There we go. Good. Good. I like that. Okay, so yeah, we got those. Then we got this one, which I think we had. Yeah, okay, so we had the lift up. Yeah, I think that'll be okay like that. I'm gonna grab a bit of chocolate real quick. 1 second. Where's my chocolate? I dropped my chocolate. Ain't that just the way? Oh, it's spilled out of the bag. Problems for later. I was making dinner tonight, and I remembered I bought packs of miso soup at the market a while ago. I never got around to using them. I was like, this is a good time for some miso, and so I had that, and it was pretty good. Oh no! Now I'm tired and a cat. Yeah, that feels right. that feels about right. Oh, that's what I was doing. Okay. I see. There we go. Okay. Good. We got this, which is picking up the halo. I might just leave it like that for now. Okay. This is the key shot, right? This is the big one that's gonna have the most going on. For sure. Okay, so we got that, and then you're gonna be like that, and then we got the halo. I thought I had something for putting the halo up there. I guess I just... Okay. Well, I definitely want to clean that up a little bit, but we'll get there in a minute. I think the big one for the moment is going to be Gym 2, so that's fine where that is. And then we've got... If we put Gym 2 right there, so I think that needs to be up a little bit more. Then yeah, this can kind of go like that. I think the spring sale ended today. Or it's ending tonight or something to that effect. The Steam sale. Did you guys pick anything up? I was gonna get the Horizon game, but I guess to some degree I decided to just wait for the next one. See if maybe there's a slightly better discount during the summer sale. I don't think we're gonna need... I don't know that we're gonna get to Horizon Forbidden West before summer anyway. I felt like we could hold it off. I was happy to see that one game we played during our demo blitz a while back, Airborne Empire, has gone into early access. And I think they're planning to release fully this year. So that was cool to see. It seems to be making good progress. I thought that game was quite charming. I don't know if it's going to be a stream game, but I do want to pick it up. There we go. Actually, fuck it. I don't like this. I don't like it. We're gonna scrap it for now. But yeah, I didn't end up picking up any games this time around. A couple of things I'm like maybe keeping my eye on, but nothing that was like, oh yeah, that looks really good. I want to get that right now. Later. There we go. And then if I put Gem 2 back, is all this lining up well? Not quite. So let's sort of, the fuck? Adjust that a bit, right? So that it's sitting more where I want it to be. Go. Okay, I think it's just that. Wait, what was I? I see what's going on. I was very confused why this was not sitting correctly, or why it wasn't like drawing correctly. Wrong layer. The most classic of possible reasons. Okay. Let's see, if we get rid of the fill, right? It kind of gives us a bit more of an idea of what we're working with before the flash comes in. Yeah, I feel like there's... So, with, I don't know, some developers, I think you see this a lot with, like, Bungie, a lot with Kojima, you know, people that sort of have these long-running careers, or even, I think you see it a lot with, like, filmmakers as well, that there are certain ideas that they really like, and sort of intentionally or no, they end up revisiting them a lot in their various projects. Sort of coming back to similar ideas, similar notions. And going, okay, well, what if this time we did this, or this different interpretation of it, this different thought on it. You know, Bungie came to mind because they really like the idea of like rogue AIs and degenerating rampant mental states and stuff like that. Alien invasions, sort of ancient architecture. You know, there's a lot of recurring themes that happen throughout their games. But you know, looking at this and sort of thinking about the construction and the process of all that, I remember there was a character that I designed years ago. It was like a mage that was experimenting with illusory magic and accidentally blew herself up. And you know, the spell rebounding basically like, you know, blasted her back in her study and combined her with the furniture. So she basically became like this sort of... It looked a lot like Beauty and the Beast, right? That you sort of had this like drapery that had come alive, and sort of had like a ceramic mask for a face. You know, so she was sort of living this bizarre life as a thing, a half person, half cape, trying to figure out how to undo what had happened. And just sort of working with all these, you know, ribbons and tendrils wrapping around the body. It's like, oh yeah. Yeah, there's a little bit of a through line there. Mage just perks up like, yes. Magic mentioned. Okay, I think that's good. So yeah, we'll have stage 1, stage 2. You can put a little bit more for the head, right? And then we'll have the fill-in, and that'll be it. There we go. I was kind of thinking, you know, about, you know, what I was saying before with Ubisoft and the company sort of being in the state that it's in. And, you know, what I would personally be happiest to see would, I think, be for Ubisoft to sort of dissolve into a group of smaller companies that each then, you know, sort of pursue their own projects and some of the stuff that maybe was getting suppressed under the sort of AAA mandate to only do things that would, you know, net the biggest possible profits, maybe get a chance in the sun again. You know, was it something about oaks and trees? Something about trees blotting each other out. I can't remember how the idiom goes or whatever it is. I think, you know, as much as I would be happy to see that, I think the big sort of challenge that you would still run into is, at the end of the day, there is only so much market to get a part of, right? There is a limited number of hours that everybody on Earth could possibly, you know, be doing recreation, playing games. So, you know, if you have that many more people all making games and releasing them at the same time, then that possible market gets split up that much more. So I think that is a challenge, right? Is this what you're looking for? Can't see the forest for trees? No. No. God, I don't even remember the context that I heard the line. I'll see if I can look it up. Serious Oak. I don't know what it was. Nope, I don't know. Cannot find it. But I don't know. I think, you know, what I said does hold true. But if I were to have a debate with myself, which I do regularly, so don't read into that. I think the counterpoint would be that not everybody is going to be interested in a Far Cry or an Assassin's Creed or a Call of Duty or, you know, any given game. And I think there's a fair number of people perhaps that look at the games that are being released and they don't see games that interest them. They don't see games that are you know, catering to their interests or acknowledging their viewpoints or whatever the case may be, and sort of lump that to say, well, I guess video games aren't a thing for me, right? And I think there is the possibility that as if you get more people making games, not as big, not as high budget or as complex, but just a greater variety, you're gonna get more people making more types of games, and then you're gonna get people that go, oh, I guess there is one that I can get behind. And now you've brought people, you know, if you want to be soulless and financial about it, there we go. I was right the first time. God damn it. You have brought potential players, potential buyers into the market that wouldn't have been interested before. But you've also, you know, expanded the number of people that are interested in games and can speak about them and enjoy them. So yeah, you're not necessarily going to capture as much of the market, but you don't need to. And that, I think, is the big difference, is sort of this mentality of we need to sell. We need to make a game to cater to as many people as we can possibly reach. And so it has to be big enough to reach all of them. It's like, why does it though? Why does it have to be that indomitably big? Why not have, you know, 4 games, each with a quarter of the budget and 30 to 40% of the market appeal, right? Yeah, probably 1 or 2 of them won't do especially well. You know, they might not land, they might flop, but you've got another 2 games, you've got backups. You're not putting all your eggs in one basket. See, I do know that idiom. Is that idiom? Is that the right word? I don't know. I feel like that's the big folly of the AAA industry right now. It's just we're gonna put everything into a single project or a small number of projects, and we're gonna pour all of our money to make sure that this one works. And then if it doesn't work, we shit a brick. Because that was all our money. It's like, well, what if you guys just like didn't do that? What if you guys, you know, spread the risk? But what do I know? I'm not in business. I'm not a business kernel. I just draw silly pictures on the internet. And tell us to want ultimate graphics and endless hours of play. That's true. That is true. I know for my part, I definitely enjoy having a game. You know, I can just keep going with, right? I can continue to explore it and enjoy it and mess with it and find new things to do and flex my experience. And it does suck when you have a game that you really like and then it ends and you're just like, oh, okay. Yeah, you can go back and play it again, but it's not the same as that first experience. Hey, Tanetic. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good Thursday. We are brain Dedge. Just chilling out. How are you doing? Just working on our animatic from the other week because I don't have the brain power to do game stuff tonight. Let's go brain dead train. Please do not choo choo on the brain dead train. It's too loud and we all have headaches. No! What did I just say? What did I just say? It's too loud. Brain dead, sorry. That's okay. It's okay. Speaking of too loud, if I had the ability to ban anything It would be leaf blowers. I would outlaw leaf blowers. Because what a dumb fucking piece of technology. Need leaf blower. Suppression leaf blowers. I would even be vaguely more okay with leaf vacuums. I feel like with a leaf vacuum, you're at least doing something, right? You're collecting the leaves to put them somewhere. Blowers is just like, yeah, let's just put them somewhere else. Not even somewhere far away, just like 4 feet over there. That's good enough. It's so dumb. They're so dumb. And then people come and use them at like 8 in the morning. It's like, I hate you. I hate you and everything you stand for. I know you're just doing a job, but I am filled with unyielding rage. I've seen that too, and they're just blowing water around. They're not even blowing the leaves. The leaves are like matted to the ground from the rain. It's like, dude. This is the dumbest thing. It's so dumb and I hate it. They are, and they shouldn't be out there. Nobody should be making them go out there for that. But as you say, the schedule is almighty and it must be obeyed. And so they're out in the stupid. I don't know. I'm sure there are better technologies that could be developed. There has to be something that can replace a fucking leaf blower. Walmart marriages. Someone saw Vegas shotgun weddings and said, "Hold my box wine." Yeah, sorry, dear. I love you. I love you like the sun, moon, and stars, but the schedule says I got 8 hours today. Oh, I understand, honey. Okay, I like where that's sitting. So then I'm gonna put this away like that, and we got struts. So we can bring this up. And oh boy, I don't like that. If you successfully limbo under a forklift, do you get forklift certification? I feel like that would be fair. I don't know how forklift certification became the meme that it is, but I kind of love it. It's just so like, it's so fucking dumb, but I love it. You win an extended vacation from work indefinitely. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go limbo forklift. Speaking of time off from work, I could actually use a vacation, but no. So there was a message that came through from our client that was kind of like, you know, I'm paraphrasing a lot, but basically saying like, you know, hey guys, we appreciate you letting us know what's going on. We need to take time off from everything, but you know, if it's something personal, don't feel like you need to tell us to validate taking time off. Like we understand and we're okay if you're just like, hey, something comes up. I have something personal that I need to take care of, or I've got health things I need to take care of and I need to go. And you know, someone else even sort of jumped in, was like, you know, taking care of yourself mentally and being in a good place counts as taking care of yourself, right? Speaking of which, yeah, I hope the eye feels better, Mage. I hope you get some good rest, and I hope it's feeling better in the morning. But I appreciate you hanging out. I appreciate you coming by. Everyone say goodnight. I hope you get some very good rest. I hope you have a very good start to your weekend. Job can't afford free vacations. Mine neither. I mean, I have vacation days. I have a nice bank of sick days that if I just decide that I'm like, you know what, I just need a day. I just need a day to not, then I can do that. I was thinking I might actually take a day. Hey, Looney. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're having yourself a very good Thursday. It's good to see you. How's it going? We're just cleaning up the animatic that we were working on a while back. Seeing if there's any like frames or whatnot to add in. I am tired. I am tired. It has been a rough day, but I'm feeling better. I am feeling better now because it's stream time and I get to hang out with my chums, and that always makes me feel better. I had a paid vacation, yes, but let's say I want to take a normal one. Okay, sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm sorry, boss. I got a note from my doctor here. Says I have a severe deficiency of fucks to give. Gotta take at least 7 days off. Yeah, honestly, I kind of want to finish what I have on my work to-do list right now. And then, I don't know, I'm leaning towards like a 4-day weekend or something. Just a couple days off to rebounce, rest. Would make more sense working. Yeah, and I don't know. I always feel kind of bad complaining about my job just because I see what other people are dealing with at their work or dealing with in their lives. I'm like, yeah, this ain't so bad. But I think that's also a little unfair to myself just because, you know, yes, there are worse situations to be in, but that doesn't mean that the situation that I find myself in is not stressful, right? It's not it's still stressful, it's still unpleasant. I don't think it is healthy to just be like, oh, well, it could be worse about everything. Yes, perspective is important, but ignoring one's feelings about stuff and reactions to stuff is not a healthy way to deal with it. Kills tooth from deep cleaning inspection feels like the coworker to order around. By kills too from deep cleaning inspection feeling like the coworker to order around. Okay. I think I get what you mean. But I'm glad the inspection went well. I do wish I could sketch faster. I feel like some people can sketch very quickly, and I'm not one of those dudes. I'm not one of those people. I'm very sort of slow in that regard. Which is, you know, is whatever, but it is a gap in the skill set that I feel like I could stand to level up some more. Oh, food inspection. Gotcha. Well, yes, I am glad that it went well. Though I can understand those also being very stressful. This is about the time of year that my company also does like reviews and, you know, sort of personal inspections. And it's so dumb. It is so dumb. just because, yeah, I think like the inspection part, the sort of review of, how are you doing? Are there any issues with the team? Make sure that everyone is like doing good work and pulling their weight and everything. That part is good. That part is fine. The part that I think is always really frustrating and everyone goes, why, is, we have these goals that we need to write out, right? We have goals for the year. And, again, like, there's nothing wrong with self-improvement. There's nothing wrong with, like, setting targets for yourself and trying to expand your capabilities and everything. I think that's good. I think that's healthy. But, for the company to expect us to do that outside of work hours and not pay us to do it is like, fuck off. I'll get to it if I get to it. Honestly, what I have done basically since I started there, because I have my game project, is I just write in stuff that's like targets for pages. I'm like, what do I need to work on to make pages happen? Rigging in animation? Cool. Visual effects? Add it. And then every year it's like, so how'd you do? Kinda. I think one of the ones from this past year, I got like 30% done. It's like, all right. Well, the only reason I lost score is because certain employees were wearing accessories that couldn't be worn on the floor. Damn it, guys. Now is not the time for drip. That comes later. That was one thing that so in Fall Fantasy, you can have macros to like queue up sequences of actions or add text to go with it. And, I liked having funny little raise macros for whenever I, brought people back from death. And my favorite one was on the healer that I never played. It was Astrologian. Inspector says you didn't pass the drip check. Your drip is weak. -points. God, that would have been great if the inspector was like, this is against regulation, but damn, you fine. No points lost. But yeah, Astrologian's whole sort of thing is, they have their cards of the constellations and everything, and they can sort of use them to divine the future, which then turns into like stat buffs for the party and everything. And so my raise macro for Astrologian was, get up, so and so. Now is not the time for dying. That comes later. But I never got to use it because I hated playing Astrologian. It was my worst healer. Yeah, and especially if you're doing like food prep stuff, you don't want to be taking that lightly. Foodborne illness is no joke. It's really not. Okay, Looney. I appreciate you saying hi. I appreciate you hanging out. I hope you get some really good rest, and I hope you have a really good rest of your week and start to your weekend. Everyone say goodnight. Yeah, I worked as a barista for a little while. Very short while. Way back when. And I had to wear a hairnet for everything because it was like, that's gonna get everywhere. Tuck it up. Being a barista is kind of nice. It's kind of a neat job. Though at this point, I think it would be nicer to be a barista at like a local place as opposed to a Starbucks or Pete's Coffee or anything. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think I wore a hairnet and then I had a hat on top of the net. It was a whole procedure. And this might come as a surprise to you guys, but I don't normally I can't wear hats. Hats and I do not get along. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you went to culinary school. Note to self, Tanetic is chef. Took school for a lot of job trades. There's more prep and salads. Look, I'm not gonna knock a good salad. Did bakery and waiting too. You had me at baked goods. Breads, cookies, kilim, oh my fucking god, dude. Tanetic got cake. I don't know. I think that's cool. I feel like that's one of those things that even if, you know, even if it didn't like professionally pan out, not to say whether it did or didn't for you, but like it's still a practical set of skills. There's a lot that you can use to, like, you can still apply that to, right? Or is this in the bottom emote? Do it, you coward. Yeah! Was that Melody? No, Spite. I don't know Spite. I feel bad I didn't notice. I think it was last stream Boss sent 40 bits with a I think it was Ada Wong butt emote. It took me a moment though because it was just like a pair of black, not black, red cheeks. I was like, is that Zentrea? I'm not gonna lie, Tenetic, I kind of love. I'm not sure what I love more. That Zentrea does have a butt emote, or that you know it's a tier 3. I like Zentrea. I definitely don't spend a lot of time watching the really big VTubers. You know, I'll catch clips of their stuff and everything. But Zentrea is cool. I have a lot of respect for the big VTubers. You know, obviously, some of them are like, oh, speaking of stretching, oh my god, oh fuck, ow. You know, obviously some of them are like signed with agencies. A lot of them are signed with agencies. Some of them are independent. But I think regardless, they put in a lot of work. It is always kind of cool seeing a streamer that you know and then realizing one day it's like, oh shit, they big leagues. They've made it to whatever that ends up looking like, right? Oh, I feel so much better about this pose now. I remember PNG Ivy. Though if I'm gonna be, I'm not even sure what the right word is. I really love her model. Like I appreciate the PNG model, but I love what she ended up going with so much. I know it was a whole like just sort of thing of her aesthetic and her brand and everything, but I love me a good VTuber model. I remember when Jin debuted her her 2.0 model, the one that she used for a long time. I don't think I was ever around for Maya's 1.0 model. I didn't see that. Cake was gonna... Not at this angle. I'm sitting forward. Now is not the time for cake drawings. That comes later. Okay, so then yeah, we have this. Omea's great. And I think at this point, I think actually, yeah, the majority of Meia's emotes are done by Buki. And they're all excellent. They're all so good. Okay, so yeah, we're just gonna take this, and then I think we can leave the lower body, and a lot of the change to this one is gonna be the upper body. But I don't think I can, like, aside from just sort of going like this, just sort of get a position on it. I don't think we can do a lot to really, like, copy over what we're using. You mean in the emotes or like Meia's energy? Yeah, I think I get what you mean. Like, Meia's emotes, I think, do a good job of sort of reflecting the energy that she has. Plus, I think there are a lot that sort of are there as extensions of her and the community, like that they're inside jokes or references to stuff. Like, I'm pretty sure she has Meia sneak because of playing the Metal Gear series. Maybe also a little bit because of Hitman. Right? But there's sort of like a legacy that comes from the games that they've played. Yeah, I could not pretend to have the same level of energy that Meia has. She's she is next level. She built different. Forever almost the world is done for. No, don't let your dreams be dreams. Create the emotes that, when written out, shall open the final gate and usher in the ending of the world. In meme format, of course. I forgot how to dream. Well, that'll be a good place to start. Let's work on that. Can work on that, and we can go up from there. All right. All right. Oh, help me remember. Help me remember to. Okay, let me ask this. So I somehow am not on a Discord that has as an emote, right? The nod point nod point. So I was going to add it to our Discord because I was like, fine, I'll do it myself. But if I'm gonna do that, admittedly this would be more work, but not that much because it's like 6 fucking frames. Should I make a unique one for our Discord? And maybe for 7TV? Like a purple one? That one faces like... It's this one. Yeah, I am somehow not on a single server that just has the normal yellow one. I know Eden has one and Maya has one that are both like, you know, community unique, right? So I typically just use Eden's, but I was like, I should just have the basic one. And I think what it is, I think where most people get it, I want to say the 7TV Discord has it. I feel like that's where most people are getting theirs. I use it enough. I definitely should. I definitely could. It just hasn't come up yet. But we could. Like I said, it's like 6 frames. It wouldn't be that hard. Maybe now's the time? Indeed. Maybe now is the time. Yeah, maybe. Especially since I'm doing all the, like... additions to the 7TV library would be a good thing to include in that. Just be like, hey, here's our... I think... See, I don't think the hair would fit on it. I think that would be too much. But maybe like if we made it purple and then it has a little like pixel art of the halo sitting underneath the chin. That could work. Is that Noira? It's very cute. The small size of the emote, she looks very like very stern. She's like, yes, 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 yes. The jiggle physics do sell it a lot. It's very good. Lore says she's a sea fox. What, like from Monster Hunter? Like Mizutsune? Oh my god. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Why am I doing this to myself? I have technology. Oh, holy shit, Kinetic. Thank you for the 11 months? What the fuck? Thank you, Choom. That's very kind of you. Oh, I appreciate the support, guys. It's very kind. It's very sweet. Can I shrink this down? See, I feel like... Okay, yeah. I know why this feels weird. Why I don't like it. It's just, it's hyperextended. It just doesn't need to be like fully hard angle on the elbow like that. No, I do appreciate it. I always... You know, I'm trying to word this in a way that doesn't sound stupid. You know, the fact that I do have a job and everything means that I'm not like financially dependent on this in the way that some people are. So, you know, if I hope that you guys are taking care of yourselves first and foremost, but I do at the same time appreciate the support, and I think it is very kind of you, and I thank you. I honestly don't know what I would have done if I had like gone full time as a streamer. If I had ended up going down that route, probably could have made something work, but I think it would have been very challenging. There we go. Okay, and then yeah, this. First thing for sure is to make sure would be to make enough views to live off streaming. Yeah, that would be hurdle number one, and I think it would involve a lot of like additional content creation and social media management and stuff that I'm just bad at. If you guys have followed the YouTube channel at all, you know how well that's going. I mean, it definitely would help that I wouldn't be working the job as well, so I'd have more time to invest in it, but I'm also just, you know, not the most like socially outgoing person. I don't care that much about like social media engagement, so I would definitely still be forcing myself to do a lot of that for the sake of beating the drum and everything. And a lot of what I've heard from other... Sorry, I'm grabbing one more chocolate. Where'd it go? Ow! There you are. What is this? Just a little scrap of something. is like the actual views from Twitch itself are not typically where you end up getting a lot of engagement, right? Like you get a lot of engagement from posting videos to Twitter, Blue Sky, TikTok, stuff to YouTube. And then people tend to sort of see it there and come over to the stream because they were like, hey, I saw a funny or I saw an interesting and I want to see more of it. So a lot of times it's not enough to just hit the go live button and stream. You really have to sort of work up that whole back and forth with your other channels. It's like, but I don't wanna. I am definitely, I count myself lucky that that is not the main source of my income. Not to, you know, throw any shade at anybody that is. I'm saying that I'm not as strong as they are. I was telling my friend, oh, I'm sorry, could you hear that on the stream? Did that pick up? My bean. My bad, Oompy. I don't like how these arms are sitting. They feel weird. I mean, I think this one is too, like, high up. It feels disjointed from the shoulder. So that's a bit better. And then I think instead of trying to put this one, like, on the far side, if we put the hand right here, right? It's a bit better. I was telling a friend today that, so I think, I can't remember if I linked down the Discord, but there's a meme of Kita from Bochi the Rock, and she's like spazzing out and she's like, can somebody please tell God that I am not his strongest soldier and to stop sending me all these battles? Wrong bitch. Wrong bitch. I was telling my friend that I basically got through today by just like vibing to lo-fi and just periodically muttering, wrong bitch. Okay, so that's the arm. Let's see, like that. My hair comes down like this. Yeah. Some days it do just be like that. Okay, gonna make one more adjustment. It's still very messy, but it's coming along. still not super happy with where this arm is sitting. It doesn't feel right, but it's getting there, I suppose. It might be too close to the body. It might be that, actually. It might be feeling like the arm is too long because the shoulder is getting compacted. Yeah. That's a bit better. Yes. Okay. Finally. Finally, I think we're getting somewhere with it. Okay, cool. So let's just, we can clean that up. And then I want to do basically one more pass of it. Or not one more pass, but one more pose. Where we basically, we're going to take this, and then that's going to come down like that. Right? And then we can lower the arms. Maybe. Everyone has their morning routine, right? There we go. I think the one thing that I kind of wish I could do a bit more as a streamer would be to collab with people. You know, even if it's just stay in bed until the afternoon. God, I wish I could. I think at this point, my schedule is too ingrained. I cannot sleep that late. And if I do end up sleeping that late, right? If I do wake up and then I just kind of bed marinate until the afternoon, I end up feeling bad because I'm like, oh, I spent so much of my day just lying around. I could have been, excuse me, ew, sorry. I could have been doing stuff and then I didn't, and I feel bad. Yeah, well, and when you're closing that, again, still, it's like that dictates a lot of your schedule. For sure. It is dark out. I haven't looked out the window in a second. We've gotten to that time of year where it's actually like we have some sunlight in the evening. It's not dark by 4 o'clock anymore. Yeah, I feel that. Well, yeah, I guess that's kind of like, do you want to have like a normal schedule, but it's shifted later, right? So work is still kind of in the middle of the day or at the start of the day, and then you have stuff afterwards, and so your end of the day is at like the middle of the night or the early morning? Or do you have your day and you sort of do all your stuff and then you finish it with work? Which, yeah, I can get how that would feel weird. Of like you come home and then you just zonk out. No, not that one. That one. Thank you. I'm probably going to replace this once I draw it in more nicely, but for the time being, it's good to have just for like placement. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's either those schedules or even something else is going to work for different people, just depending on what they want to do. I, frankly, am kind of still surprised that I can do weekday streams. I'm glad I can, because for those of you that remember way back when, to when we were doing 2 days a week still, but it was Saturday and Sunday. Right, so we just had 2 long streams. And it was nice. It was nice having long streams. The problem that I found with it, the personal sort of frustration that I had with that was my entire weekend, right? We would have stream on Saturday and stream on Sunday. And I don't do a ton else on Saturdays typically, because I'll start getting ready for the stream about an hour or so beforehand. And then we stream most of the day. And I enjoy the streams, but it does mean that there's not much else that I do on Saturday. And so when it was both days of the weekend, it was like, well, pretty much my entire weekend is streaming. So that's how we ended up with the Tuesday streams, was getting rid of the Sunday stream and moving that to Tuesday. But I was a little nervous. It's like, am I gonna have energy after work to do a stream? And then, of course, we started adding the Thursday streams. I was like, God, am I going to have energy to do that as well? And so far, the answer has been yes. We'll see how long that lasts. I feel like it is off day 1, stay in, and day 2, try to be productive. I have found that too. I think excuse me. I think that's a good way to sort of work at it, right? Like day 1, as you say, day 1 is a you day. Day 1 is do what you want to do. If that means sleep in, cool. If that means go for a hike, go to the beach, whatever it is, it's your day. Fuck it, you make the rules. And then Tuesday, if you need to run errands, do chores, or even just like work on projects, right? Something more like active and responsible, if you will. But you are not obligated to do that on day 1. There is no pressure to do so. If you want to stay in and play Monster Hunter all day, that's what it's for. Responsibilities is hard. It is hard. There's a great meme I saw today of Janeway from Star Trek Voyager. It was something like, I understand that being a responsible adult, but like every day? Like every day of the week? That seems excessive. I think we need to normalize 4-day work weeks. I think we can figure it out. I think we have the technology. I can't remember if I mentioned on Tuesday, but I finished The Mandalorian this weekend. I finished the 3rd season. I thought it was okay. It was kind of all over the place, and it wasn't as good as season 1 or 2, but I enjoyed it for the most part. I thought it was entertaining. I was talking to a regular customer how work should be 40 hours in a 4-day schedule so we can have 3 days off. I could probably live with that. I think we could do 9. I think we could do 36. I don't think we would really lose that much. I feel like if you gave people 3-day weekends and then asked for 9-day work days, they would still be more energized and motivated for those 9 hours than 5 sets of 8. Exactly. Like by the last day of the work week, I feel like a lot of people are just checked out. Right? How much are you really like getting out of people in terms of productivity at that point? Probably not as much as you think. So yeah, just give people 3-day weekend. Let them have time for themselves, for their friends, for their families. Time to rest, time to do things that they care about, take care of things that they need to take care of. And then they come back to work and they're ready to go. And then they do their 4 weeks, or 4 weeks, 4 days, and then they're done. Besides, so my workday is typically about 7 hours long, plus or minus a little bit. Typically plus a little bit. Because I just save my lunch break for the end of the day and clock out early. I suppose technically I clock in late. But, you know, my normal hours would be like 10 to 6. So by that logic, I'm clocking out early. Yes, no holidays allowed. No holidays allowed. Daddy needs his new sports car. Daddy needs his vroom vrooms. I don't know what voice that was. I'm sorry. But yeah, I typically like I will eat. I'm not starving myself. You know, I'll have like a coffee break and a light lunch, but I'll just have it at my desk and keep working. So my actual like away from work time, I just save for the end of the day. And it's nice because especially now that we're starting to get more sunlight, that gives me more time to like go out and do running or bike riding or you know, get ready for the streams or whatever. I don't know that I would call them, at least in my case, not in your case, I don't know that I would call them impressions, more just sort of weird voices. Just kind of yammering to myself like a crazy person. It's looking pretty good. Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a room, a rubber room filled with rats, and the rats made me crazy. Oh, Tenetic, you've been linking the videos of the little salamander guys in Monster Hunter, right? Wow! Those guys are officially on my no-kill list. I will not hurt them. If they do get killed in the process of like fighting a monster, right? If they get trampled underneath, I will say a prayer and I will carve them. But I will not accept a quest. I will not accept a job that has me deliberately go out and kill them. I had a couple of those in World that I'm just like, I don't know, the small monsters and the local fauna, I was just, for the most part, I was just kind of like, these guys are just here. They're just doing their thing. They're just living their lives. Don't bother them. I mean, fuck Vespoids, right? Vespoids and the spider things in Rotten Vale. Fuck those. I would kill those at the drop of a hat. But a lot of the, like, mammals and stuff, I was like, they're just vibing. Oh, the spinning hammer one is really good. He just follows you around. He's just so happy. It's so good. Yeah, they're just chilling. They're just chilling in their disgusting oil basin. I just want to see a drawing now of a hunter like carrying one baby style. It's like, this is my son. Someone literally had beef and lettuce the size of a Monster Hunter. Did they eat it by just stabbing it with a knife? I was busy working. I do hope we get some kind of chef character back. I understand like the general sort of idea of like, okay, you know, there's a lot of sort of fluidity in the setup of the hunts now, and they don't necessarily want us like returning to camp as frequently as we were before, right? I kind of understand that. It's like, all right, fine, whatever. But I don't know. The Palico Kitchen was just fun, right? It was just a fun system, and you know, watching the cutscenes now and then. Well, I will say the cooking ingredient stuff wasn't a ton of fun. I don't really miss that aspect of it, but the just having that location was nice. And yeah, the little ration supplier that's there now, it's just not the same. So I do hope they bring him back. Or the Palico Grandma chef, that was Iceborne, right? Because I remember people joking about in Rise, like all the cooking was Dongo, and this is so unhealthy. This is more unhealthy than nothing but meat every meal. We're gonna shit bricks. Okay, yeah, Grandma Cat was Iceborne. I never made it to Iceborne. I got through the Elder Trio, and then I basically stopped playing. Because Wilds was getting so close. I was just like, I wasn't done with World, but I got focused on other things. I like that. That looks pretty good. Okay, so now I think we can get rid of that. We'll get rid of those later. Wait, is that another group? Yes. Good. Okay, cool. Cool. The gym monster was the raid mechanic boss in Iceborne, so he brought it to Wilds. Oh, interesting. I like Jin. I think that's a fun fight. I really like Jin Dahad on dual blades. It's so silly. It's so silly. You're Beyblading for like 15 seconds. It's excellent. Okay. Cool. We got this. This one's very up close. I don't think we need to do a lot with it that we haven't already. Sonic glitch where they Beyblade across the map to reach where the monster left to. I don't think I've seen an entire map. I have seen someone Beyblade a monster as it was leaving, like transitioning to another location. So yeah, the monster starts leaving and they just sailed through the air to follow it. But I think they did catch up before the monster got too far away. Right? Okay, I think... Oh, I'm literally putting this sequence in just because I always need to practice feet. I hate feet. I hate feet so much. Humanity really needs to figure out the whole evolve into crab thing. Like, ASAP, please. If you would be so very kind. What would I look like as a crab? Probably still be purple. Purple crab would be interesting. Have little blue eye stalks. There we go. There we go. Yeah, so I want to move the foot over a little bit because where I had it before, it was like right there. But then that would imply that somehow the foot like plants the digits, right? And then slides, which would be weird. So we want to have something more like that. And then for this one, it goes more like that. So you have more of a actual planting of the foot, right? We go from digitigrade to plantigrade. remember that, chat. Most animals, especially mammals, have a very similar skeletal arrangement. It's all just a matter of like how the bones are exactly sized and placed and what part of the limb they're using for what purpose, right? So like dogs and horses and cats and all that are digitigrades. So like if you have the back leg, you have the hip bone, and then you have the thigh, and then you have the shin, and that forms the haunch, right? And then you have the ankle, which sort of forms that little knob right there. And their palm, essentially, is very long, right? That forms the what typically sort of gets understood as the foreleg. And then the paw is their digits. Right, so they have digits and they're sort of walking on those like that. But that's what gives sort of the misunderstanding of the, you know, the inverted joint. They don't have a backwards knee. Their knee is up here. This is their ankle joint. So if you're walking around on tiptoe all the time, you're essentially doing the same structure. It's just, you know, your foot is much smaller. So you're not going to get as much leverage, as much propulsion, as much spring-loaded action out of it as a natural digitigrade would. That said, you know, the arch of the foot and the arch of the toes do give you a little bit of spring loading. There's a little bit of flexion that those are able to produce, which makes it easier to walk and run because you can sort of propel yourself off of the downward pressure and then upward bounce. So that is why being a flat foot sucks, because you're not getting that same level of like mechanical response. Couldn't find the best one, but I did find something similar close to what I was saying for the dual blade glitch. Cool. Is it in the Discord? I will check it out later. I do hate that. I hate finding a meme or finding something funny and then it's later and I want to share it and I was like, where the fuck did it go? Where did I see that? And I can never find it again. Yep. It's true. We must always remember the sacred words. That which is not saved will be lost. There we go. I'm gonna try one thing really quickly just to see. Okay, so this is a weird little, like, I don't know how much I really want to deal with this, but I'm gonna fuss with it and see. Oh, right, I think it's technically sort of the like the edge of the alcove, not the edge of the wall. So it works out okay. Just have that right there. There you go. Okay. So that's there and that's there. Right. So I was thinking to maybe have the other foot sort of coming down, right? Now you might say to yourself, Kaiga, I thought you said you hate drawing feet. Why are you drawing so many feet? Because I need to draw feet. I need to learn how to draw these stupid fucking things. And so I force myself to practice them. I feel like at least with hands, you can make pretty elegant hands. I don't feel the same way about feet. I don't think you can make genuinely good looking feet. I think you can make feet that don't look bad, but they're, I don't know, they're just so weird and like bony and shapes. And so my feet is my weakness is wrong. Tanak, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. They're pretty much everyone's weakness. They are okay, so not to give AI a pass at anything, right? But part of the reason that AI struggles so much, at least historically, at rendering hands and feet, is because of the lack of consistency in how they are shaped, right? Heads typically have the same, like, approximate structure at different angles. So with enough of a sample size, you can sort of figure out, like, okay, head left, head right, head up, head down, nose position, eye position. It still fucks it up a lot, but, you know, you get the general idea. With hands, it's like, okay, there's like 50 different angles you can look at it, and then each finger can be positioned in a different way, and the toes can be in different places, and it's like, what the fuck is happening? So yeah, even once you sort of get down the basic gist of the proportions and everything, trying to then put them into perspective, put them into action, and not just have them be an anatomical diagram is like, you just want to explode. So yeah, don't feel like don't feel bad that your hands and feet are giving you trouble, because they give everybody trouble. Like I said, just evolve crabs. Become crab. It's easier. I have special feet. Are they happy? Are they happy? Also, while it's not a perfect rule of thumb, you can kind of get away with drawing 3 groups of toes, right? You have your big toe, you've got your middle 3, and then you've got your pinky toe. Every step it bends towards the left and right, making shoes all slanted. Oh, fun. You got goofy feet. You got jive feet. so you just kind of have that middle group. Alright, and then the one thing that I'm kind of missing is I need to increase the curve of the ball of the foot like that. Bit better. Good enough. Yeah, I kind of like this just because it has a nice little sort of lead-in motion, right? So then we go from this to this, where we sort of get like, oh, okay, so this foot is coming down and then it swings out that way. So even though we're not seeing as much of, you know, the other leg and everything, we still get that understanding of like, oh, you know, here's that follow through motion, and then the leg is carrying us off screen. And sort of the same rule of we want to have the toes stay planted, right? So this leg is starting to pit back up as we go into the walk, but we still have that point of stability, that follow through of the movement. There we go. And then you are gonna go like that. There we go. Okay. Let's just curve that in a little bit. We can slim the leg down a hair. Because who doesn't love a nice slim ankle, right? Good. Okay, cool. I do think we're going to end up doing like another pass, right? Another sort of like go around the whole set, clean things up, add shading and everything. But for tonight, I think we're just kind of, you know, doing a once around and like cleaning up all the line work and everything. I think we're getting some good progress on it. Okay, let's start. Okay, so we got the door. And we'll have the door open, but we can, that's just a slide thing. It's not a big deal. And my hair is so fit. My hair is so fit, I can't see my own face. It's just hair. It's just hair all the way down. Like that. That's my secret, Cap. I'm all hair. There we go. Go. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I've ever actually, like, drawn this angle before. Not exactly like this. So we're figuring some elements out, I suppose. New hair lore dropping right now. Well, that reminds me, I need to finish up the Byth video on the Monster Hunter lore. It was a really interesting video. So he was talking with a longtime member of the community, Oceanus, or Oceans. Apparently he's fine either way. But Oceanus I like better. Tougher monsters would be cool. I feel like there's room to sort of increase the spectrum of difficulty. I think they should lean into frenzied monsters heavier. I think they should really, like, make a frenzied encounter a lot more dangerous. And then I think they should introduce tempered frenzied monsters. It's like the ultimate, maybe not the ultimate, but, you know, like an oh shit level. Yeah, Gore Magala is really rough. And my roommate put it very well. Like, there is a very good range, very good spectrum of damage, right? Like, if you get a 3-starred monster versus a 5-starred tempered monster, the 5-star tempered is doing, like, multiple times the amount of damage per hit that a regular monster does. So the damage spectrum is there, and that looks pretty good. But as my roommate was saying, the real challenge doesn't come from the damage output. It comes from the aggression of the monster. How much is it giving you opportunities to attack? How much is it giving you opportunities to recover? And in Wilds, like, players have a very deep toolkit for shutting down the monster, creating opportunities, you know, engaging on their pace and their terms. And so I think where a lot of the feeling of things being easy coming from is like, yeah, the monster hits really hard, but we can, like, shut it down for so much of the fight that it's like it doesn't matter how hard they hit if they don't get to hit. So I think, yeah, if they introduced, like, if they made the frenzied monsters much harder to stagger, if they didn't respond to wound popping or focus striking and just kept going while you were popping wounds. Like, I think while you're doing a focus strike, you should probably still have hyper armor. Like, they shouldn't knock you out of the focus strike, right? But right now, when you focus strike a monster and pop their wound, it, like, completely stun locks them until the animation is done. And I would argue that at least a frenzied monster shouldn't give a fuck. You are in the middle of popping a wound and it's just pissing them off. And then, yeah, you have a freaking tempered frenzied monster. So it has all of that tempered, no fucks given, plus the insanity of the frenzy. and it just runs at you all the time. There is no calm. There is no chill. I hope you're good at offsets because you're gonna need them. How's your dodge game? Not good? Suffer. Die. Explode. Get carded, idiot. Maybe go fight some Chotacabras until you learn how to play the fucking game. Wrong bitch. So yeah, I don't know. And I think my feeling, and again, I'm borrowing from what my roommate has said. My roommate has more experience with Monster Hunter than I do. Is a given Monster Hunter at launch, especially well, no, that's not true. Monster Hunter has been online for a long time, but with a given Monster Hunter, the launch state of the game is typically the worst, which is true for a lot of online games, right? They haven't introduced the full suite of content. They haven't made revisions based on feedback and community reaction. The game is in its first draft, effectively. So I think there's a lot of room for them to sort of see, like, oh, people are having a really easy time with this game. How can we introduce challenge in a sort of natural way, right? Without just being like, okay, well, here's like a fenced off really hard fight, go do that. How can we like introduce monsters onto the field that for the more experienced players that want a challenge, they can go out and engage them, and for less experienced players or players looking for a more casual experience, like it becomes almost sort of a hazard on the field that they need to be aware of and decide how they want to respond to it or avoid it. Because I think frenzy is a good idea. I think it's there. I think it's just not noticeable. I think it's just not substantial enough to be like, oh, a frenzied monster versus a normal one. I just see a frenzied monster, I'm like, okay. It doesn't really change how I approach the fight at all. Oh, but one of the things I was going to say about... Sorry. 1 second. Sorry, I just had to clear my throat a bit. 1 more second. Better? Better. Okay. One of the things I was going to say about the lore video, so apparently the team, Capcom, have produced a substantial number of books for Monster Hunter. Art books, lore books, side content books, most of which have not been localized outside of Japanese. Right, so finding all of them and translating them or finding translations of them is a big hurdle. But one of the things that is both very cool and very frustrating from a standpoint of actually trying to understand the lore is many of the books that they do release are released sort of in the guise of being from the Monster Hunter world, right? They're like logs or studies released by members of the Hunters Guild, chronicling, you know, a particular region or an event or something. So, you know, it's like, okay, this is really cool. Like, that is a cool way to frame a lore book, right? But now you have, was it observer's bias? Right? There's, you can't objectively trust what is in the book because the character, such as they are, might have it wrong. They might be misunderstanding it. They might be looking at something and conjecturing. It's like, oh, this, you know, appears to be related to this thing that we know about, not realizing that no, it's actually like a completely unrelated thing. So like, again, that's a cool way to sort of present the information. It's very thematic and very, you know, it makes you feel really like involved in the world in a cool way. But when you're a lore nerd, and your lore nerd community is trying to piece together all the information about the canon of Monster Hunter, it's not very helpful. And you're like, I just want to know. I don't know. I do have a pretty good amount of confidence in the devs to continue to iterate on and improve Wilds. I think what they have so far is very strong. And I think Capcom is aware that they're not going to get away with like releasing this game and then half-assing it, right? I think World and Rise have shown them, it's like, okay, this game can be really popular and can have long-term, you know, success, but it needs to see those continuous updates. It needs to have a team that is going to continue to work on it and work with the community on it. If we just put it out there and then we basically put it on life support, it's not going to work and people are going to be pissed off. And Capcom, for the most part, seems to have been, you know, learning a lot of their lessons these past few years. Working on games and actually responding to feedback, responding to input, and figuring out what's working well. I would not mind a surprise next update. I will be interested to see because they showed off spoilers, I guess, but they showed off Mizutsune, as like the first DLC monster. To which some folks went fucking poggers, and I went, okay, neat. Right? Because I don't know anything about Mizutsume personally. I know it's a returning monster, but I don't really like know or care. Or not care. Care is the wrong word, but I don't know anything beyond that. But it does kind of make me wonder. It's like, okay, is this it? Not in like a disappointed way, but you know, is this the part that you're willing to show? Is there something else that you're like smoke screening with this other monster? And then we're gonna get there, and then people are gonna go, oh, wait. The names of Monster Hunter are very interesting to me because they're like, there's a lot of different sort of naming conventions, but then they also sort of follow a kanji naming convention. So it's not an absolute rule, and I'm not even going to try and write kanji because you don't want to see that. But typically, there's, you know, kanji is denoted in 2 kana, 2 syllables, right? So you'll have a name, which will be 2 syllables for the first kanji plus 2 syllables for the second kanji, right? So like Tachibana, Yamada. Da is a bad example because that particular kanji, the pronunciation only has 1 syllable. But Sakurai, you know, again, not 100%, but many. So, you know, you look at Monster Hunter names like Dodogama, Chatakabra, Balahara, Doshoguma. And it's like, oh, huh. And that's kind of fun too, because the apex predators in Wilds are like clearly named by a different culture because their like entire naming structure is unique from all the other ones. Okachakalaka. I think you mean the gajalaka. And then you just have the woodwoods. And I can't explain the woodwoods, but I love them. I guess Oda-Garen is close. Technically, well, so again, that's kind of the weird thing, right? Like, technically in Japanese, is a separate kana. So you would treat a lone N as its own syllable. But, you know, it's following the structure, it's not following the exact phonetic cadence of it. It is a little bit different. So Oda-Garen arguably would still follow the rules. And then you get ones like Rathalos, which is like it's a dragon. It's a Rathalos. You know, Rathalos Fatalis. Their naming structure is fuck you. You're here, you're approaching me, die. Yeah, and then I think a lot of the what is it, the elder dragons in World sort of have their own whatever naming conventions they want to do, right? Like Valhazak, Teostra. I always blank on the third one. I hate him, and I think that's part of why I blank on him. Kushala Daura. Then there were a bunch of other dragons, elder dragons, that they added later on in the game I never got to, and I keep blanking on their names. Because there's too many of them. And they all suck. So yeah, it's not an absolute rule. It's just something that I noticed with a lot of the monster namings. I'm like, oh neat. They did a thing. There we go. Oh, we got a tangent right here. Gotta clean that up a bit. So you can pull that down like that. And you like that. There we go. Okay. I appreciate you hanging out, Tanetic. I hope you get some very good rest. I hope you have a really good rest of your week. I don't know if it's actually the start of your weekend, but I hope Friday goes well for you. Everyone say goodnight. There we go. I'm realizing that this should probably go out to the side a little bit more. It's like directly behind the body and it doesn't quite make sense. So yeah, maybe more like that. And then you go like that. And then you go like that. And you go there. There you go. Yeah, it's a bit better. Let me just clean out that little odd end. Yeah, I do want to get to the Horizon series once we finish Hades. I feel like probably doing well. So yeah, I think I definitely want to do Neva, which I think will be one stream. I think if we do that on a Saturday, we can probably knock that out in the stream or so. Based just on what I was seeing. And then I did get Tactical Breach Wizards. We played the demo of that last year. I quite enjoyed it. So I picked that up once it went on sale, or once it was available. So we got that. And then we've got the demos from Next Fest to play. I think I have like 4 of them. So that'll be a couple of days, couple of streams. So, yeah, I feel like between all of those, and then maybe one more, right? We'll have some time before we actually start into Horizon. And then it'll take us a while to play through the first game. And by then, the second one will probably be on sale again. So I don't feel like there's any like pressing rush to get to buy Forbidden West. Yeah, no. And if I mistime it, then I'll be fine. I've got all these very sweet chooms supporting me. And that gives us plenty to work with for the stream. Resources wise. I think if I were to get the tracking, the 3D tracking, that would be like the main reason. It's like, well, you know, if it would be something that would help me make cooler streams for you guys, then I think that would be cool. That could be potentially worth it, but I just don't know. Or not potentially worth it. It would be worth it. I just don't know like how much we would end up using it. I feel like it would be a common part of the streams for us. Okay, let's scale you up a little bit just to keep the halo about in the same place, right? There we go. Okay, cool. I swear the last time I checked the clock was like an hour ago. I checked the clock and it was 9 something and now it's 10:30. Literally an hour evaporated. No wonder people are going to bed. Fair and good. I think we'll go for a little bit longer, just keep cleaning these up and then call it a night. I will say for my part, I am feeling much better. Thanks to you guys. I like, even compared to where I was mentally and energy wise at the start of the stream, I feel like I'm much more balanced and just feeling much better. I do think this was sort of the right call for that. I think if I had tried to brain power some game dev stuff, I think I would have been wrestling with that too much. I would have been trying to force it and it wouldn't have gone very well. This feels like something that we could just sort of meditate on much better. Okay. That tooth is really big. It needs to be like half as big. Like that. And then I think we need to go back and clean up the other one, but we'll do that later. One of these drawings I do want to try doing some like scene blocking out using 3D assets. See if I can sort of get that figured out, because I think that would help a lot. Just sort of laying out a scene and figuring out where stuff is going to sit and how it sort of comes together. I think especially for like man-made scenes, that's very helpful. Natural stuff I think you can get away with sort of freehanding it a lot more. But you know, when everything is sort of built and geometric, having a layout plan goes a long way. I made this kick of the hip way too high. It needs to be more like right here. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, and I'm gonna speed through this one a little bit just because I want to get to that last group and sort of make sure that we sort of... Actually, yeah, I think if we do a little bit of sketch work on this last group, then we will have run through the entire basis of the animatic. We might add a couple more frames somewhere if I'm feeling like it needs it, but I think we have our core framework for the entire thing, which is cool. Just gonna do one more thing. I'm just gonna draw through this arm, and then yeah, it looks like this sleeve is a little high, so maybe something like that. There we go. Cool. Okay, good. Save that. Yeah, we've got two more drawings. Two? Yeah, basically two. So we can pull this one up to the foreground, right? It's in an okay spot. I think if we take the balcony, we lower it down a little bit. Maybe widen out the hip a little bit, kind of flare this. Kick that up a little bit. So we sort of straighten this one out. Bring that in like this. Okay, pretty good, yeah. And then just kind of a little bit more right there. We got the halo. I'm just gonna put these little teeth marks to sort of denote the triangle. Help differentiate the front from the back, right? I think for some animatics, like this would be a perfectly fine level of detail, but I do want to push it up a little bit farther. I think we can get this feeling a little bit more like an animated comic rather than animated, you know, rather than doodles. But we'll see where we get to. I don't want to sort of overcommit in terms of fidelity or anything, you know? But we'll see. We'll see. We're getting close. Just double checking. Okay, yeah. So I think this is a little bit too far down. We can bring the forearm up a little bit, like that. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, we can bring the crystal in like that. It's me. It's me. There you go. Don't do that. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think what I would like to do, just for sort of clarity's sake, or I guess for clarity and just for a little bit more like visual interest, is have sort of two walking frames, right? So we have this one, and then we'll drop that down. So we'll call this one walk 2. I think that's in a, actually no, let's call this one walk 1. Where does the lean sit in terms of size? Okay. Yeah, let's have this one be 1. And then we'll make another one, which can be like higher up, right? Closer to the camera. And then the hips sort of cancel out this way. So now this arm is coming to the front and this one's going behind. Yeah, okay. Yeah, alright. Same plan, but we are gonna adjust the scale so this one is actually like back towards the door and a bit smaller. So that's more like that. I was just looking at, you know, the size, if it were to be closer, and comparing that to sort of the scale of the final lean position. It's like, oh, that's too big. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit anymore. It doesn't make sense anymore. So this is better. Keep the one we had and then put this one farther back. Good, good. So on the subject, I guess, of the game, and what actually could be very... Oh, that could be a fun little thing to do on stream. So essentially what I want to do for pages, we're not going to have a bunch of like high fidelity cinematics because, as you might imagine, those are really fucking expensive and difficult. And there are entire studios whose job is to make fancy cinematic animations. So my plan, such as it do be, is essentially to have talking cards, right? Like if you guys are familiar with the Persona games, something like those. And then to sort of save a little bit on production time and to maintain consistency, essentially what I want to do is take the 3D models of the characters and pose them the way that I want each talking card to look, and then do drawovers, right? Add additional detail, lighting, etc. And, you know, really sort of nail in the expressions in a way that I think I would have a hard time doing with the 3D models directly. So I don't think we're ready to do that as far as the game is concerned. You know, you guys might have noticed while I'm like running through the levels, I'll like occasionally hit a dialogue trigger that I left sitting somewhere, and the card starts showing up and there's like dialogue at the bottom and everything. And those were just some like emote concepts, right? Expression concepts that I drew way back when for the two characters. And I was like, this'll carry over as a proof of concept, so I loaded them into the engine. But you know, I would want to have much nicer ones eventually. I think would probably want to get the writing for the game a little more nailed down, a little more figured out really tightly before we start spending a bunch of time doing those cards. But I think it could be a fun sort of sequence of stuff to work on stream, of like, you know, we've got the model, we pose it, we draw a card and sort of go over that. Soon, precious. Soon, TM. Okay, I'm not going to worry about the halo right now, just because one thing at a time. Okay, so we'll call that one walk 1, and the original one can be walk 2. And then let's just move it over so there's a bit of like a shift in space, right? And then the lean can finish that out. We'll make it a little bit bigger just to account for the change in positioning of the rail. And then maybe we can make walk 1 a bit bigger as well, or walk 2 a bit bigger, just to sort of accentuate the difference between them, right? Cool. Okay, and then yeah, let's just grab the lean. We can pretty close, right? Pretty close, but we can just clean a few things up. You know what? Keep the bags. The bags are accurate. The bags are true. go. There we go. Okay, cool. And then that can go right there. You can go right there. Yeah, when all is said and done, I would be surprised if this lasted, more than a minute. But the quality of a story is not determined by its length, right? It's not about the length of the story, it's about how you use it. Or something. Okay, and then I think, yeah, forearm here is just like really insanely long, so we're just gonna cut that down like so. We got the hand going like that. Good enough. Good enough for now. Got the elbow coming down like that. Good. Good, good, good. And then you're going like this. Boop. This sketch looks like how I feel. Okay, and then we're just gonna go like that. And then, yeah, I was just thinking, I've seen a little bit signs of life from Miri, old friend of the channel. I think she's been doing a fair amount of stuff, like kind of doing like merch business type stuff. Not so much streaming. Hasn't been streaming much lately. I think she has some plans to get back to it, but I don't know. Like if there's anything in the immediate future. I was trying to remember if I have, like, if she has streamed since I did the name change. If we were to raid her channel, would she recognize me? And I don't know. It's very weird. It's very weird to think about. Because there was definitely a group of people that I had to be like, hey, it's me. And then they went, oh, okay, cool. New name. And there was some people that like I didn't really like start rating or talking to or watching until after the name change. So that was just never part of it for them. And it's like, okay, whatever. But yeah, I think there are a couple of people that I like haven't really talked with in long enough that they don't know about the name change, which is awkward in its own right. But it's okay. If it happens, we'll figure it out. I do hope she comes back at some point. She's very sweet. I miss her. Okay, cool. So there's that. And then we got the railing, which is going to be right there. Let's just move the balcony up like boop. Perfect. Okay. So. Okay. There's definitely still a lot to clean up, a lot to figure out. We gotta go in and do all the like, almost said shading, but like value blocking and everything, right? So we're not done. We are not done yet, but I think we made a lot of really good progress, sort of figuring out some of the more precise posing of stuff, and just checking where everything is. I'm really happy with how the sketches in this scene came out. I think we really like finally got to a spot where I'm like, yes, I feel good about how this looks and how this feels. So yeah, still a bunch of little like odds and ends and missing bits here. Like there's no hand there. It's just a little stubborn. And the halo is not up in their hands either. So, you know, still a lot to work our way through. It's going to be a few more streams for sure to see it done, but good work today. And like I said, now that I think I'm sort of getting out of that zone, the energy is starting to sap away again. But I definitely feel better. I definitely feel better than when I started the stream. And I think I attribute that to you guys. So thank you. That said, I know it's a couple minutes early, but I think this is a good place to wrap it up. A good place to go ahead and call it a night. Let me see who's around today. Did Maya make it online? I don't think she did. No. Maya got her wisdom teeth out this week. So she is still, I imagine, recovering from that and was not really up to streaming, which is totally fair. Let's see. Who shall we go say hi to tonight? No, thank you guys. Like I said, I did have that little moment of doubt of like, I don't know that I even can stream tonight. I don't know that it's gonna work. But I knew that I wanted to, because in any time that I do, I end up having a good time. I knew it would be worth it, and it was. So, thank you guys. Okay, this cannot be right. Okay, either Aiko had something fuck her stream over, because she started streaming before I did and says she's only been going for an hour and a half, so something got weird. She must have restarted. Ending. Stop saying my lines. Yeah. I mean, Wisdom's Teeth made sense at one time. But then the world changed. And evolution didn't keep up with it. Okay. I think I'm just trying to decide who we're gonna go say hello to. Might just go say hi to Ivy. Ivy's always lovely. Always a good time. So I might do that. Yeah, why don't we go say hi to Ivy? Is there a stretch emote? There we go. Okay, let's do that. We're gonna do a big old stretch raid. Alright, let's go ahead and get it going. Yeah, sorry, had to figure out what we were doing, but we got it. We're going. We're gonna go say hi to Ivy. She's playing some Liza P. I believe this is the first time she's playing it. Yeah, first play, day 1. Liza, please don't let me suffer. That's fair. Okay. So yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for a wonderful stream. One more reminder. So we do have a special stream we're going to be trying out tomorrow. We're going to see how it goes. It's probably going to be more than a little bit scuff. So I appreciate your patience. It'll probably be a shorter stream. It'll probably be like, I don't know, 2 hours, maybe. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I think it'll be fun. And if you guys can make it, I hope to see you there. Otherwise, Saturday will be our normal Hades continuation. And then I think we'll be working on the starting screen again, trying to hopefully, fingers crossed, finish up all the various segments and get a lot of the drawing completed. I think finishing or working on the background on the end of Tuesday really helped sort of like cement how the drawing is going to look and feel. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I hope everyone has a wonderful night. Thank you for hanging out. Get some good rest. And as always, remember to be kind to others and to be kind to yourselves, because you guys are doing a great job. And I'm really proud of you. And I really appreciate you. So thank you guys. Thank you, Jooms. I'll see you later. Say hi to Ivy.